Oh boy, okay. So x is the independent variable. We're going to leave that alone. Y is your dependent variable. We are also going to leave this alone. So these two pieces here, the x and this y, are going to be, we're just going to leave those alone. That's the independent and the dependent variable. Now the rest of the formula is the points that we're going to be plugging in. Okay, so start with the m. Anybody know what the m represents in these equations? We always use it to represent the same thing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it represents the slope. So m is going to be our slope. That's very, very important. I'm going to highlight that. So m is our slope. It shows up right here. And it's y in the name of this formula. We call this formula point slope, right? Because we use the slope of the line to write the equation. Now there's something else that we see in this equation is we see this x1 and this y1, and those actually go together as an ordered pair, x1, comma, y1. The last piece of our formula. Okay, the last piece of our formula here is this x1, y1, and this represents a point anywhere on the line, any point that's on the line. And we see that showing up right here, x1, and over here, y1. And this represents a point on the line. So this is why this formula is called point slope. This represents any point on the line. That's weird. Okay, so that represents any point on the line, and that's why we call this point slope. So, for example, let me give you an actual example here. What is the equation with slope, let's say 3/4 through the point let's say 5, -7. You might want to write it down. Yeah, these are notes. So this will definitely help when you're looking back at this for the homework. At the very least, you want to know this formula. You want to have this formula written down. Know that this is called the point slope formula, and know that the yellow M here is the slope, and the green coordinates represent a point on the line. That's what we have over here. M is the slope, and x1, y1 is the point on the line. So we have that down here in our problem as well. We have the slope is 3/4, and a point on the line is 5, -7. So we're going to plug those values into this equation, and we get an equation of the line. This gives us an equation of the line with that slope through that point. So I'm going to use that formula, the y minus y1 equals m times x minus x1. Except I'm going to plug in some of these numbers here. So it's going to be y plus 7. I'm going to stop there. Why is it plus 7? Why do you think it's plus 7? Here, this says minus. Why is this y plus 7? Negatives are next to each other. Becomes a positive. Very good, Ariana. So see how this is a -7 over here? Really what's happening is we're doing y, this is y minus -7. But minus -7 becomes plus 7. So basically this changes from a -7 to plus 7 when we do that subtraction there. So there's two negatives. There's this negative and there's this negative become positive. Okay, so y plus 7 equals, what's our slope? What's m? What do I put here? Very good. It's going to be my 3/4, right? That's my slope is 3/4. So that's going to go right here. Slope is 3/4. And then I'm going to do parentheses. Remember, we leave this x alone. What else goes in the parentheses there? X what? Very good. It's going to be -5. That's the x coordinate here, right? This one. So it's going to be x minus 5. By the way, if it helps, I can write this down. This is where I'm getting the x1, and this is where I'm getting the y1. And this is where I'm getting m, right, for the formula. And that's it. On the delta math, this is what you would type in. You would type in this equation right here. Okay, I'll look at some examples, with that on delta math, but that's basically what you're doing, is you're taking some information about the line, specifically the slope of the line and a point on the line, and you're writing an equation with that information. Now, if the information they give you is a point and a slope, the easiest equation to use is the point slope form, which is this one right here. This y minus y1 equals m times x minus x1. And that's it. Okay. So you want to know the formula so that you can plug in those numbers and you get your answer. Okay. Now, See here? Okay, we're good. Got about 20 minutes, a little less. What if they don't give you the slope? There are certain problems. I'll go down just a little bit here. What if what they give you is 2 points? For example, the equation that goes through the points -1, 5, and 3, 2. Well, we need a point and we need a slope. Right now we have 2 points and no slope. So yeah, we could graph it. We could plot these points. So that's definitely an option. So one option is you could go ahead and graph this. It'd be like -1, 5 would be here, and then 3, 2 would be here, and then you would draw a line through those points, kind of like that. And then you can go ahead and try to use the graph to find the slope. You could also, remember we did that table thing to find slope, because no matter what, we need to know the slope. We need the slope, and there's a few ways we could do it. We could get the slope from a graph. So that's a good idea, Hannah. Do you guys remember how we used a table to find the slope? Oh, sorry, yes, I can go up a little. So if they give us 2 points, and they don't give us the slope, we need to find the slope. And we could do that by graphing the points, certainly, or we could make a table. How do we find the slope, though, from one of these? Take your pick. Okay, so we can subtract from the table, basically find the difference. What's the difference here? Okay, very good. So this is our delta x is going to be 4. Okay, -1 plus 4 is 3. What's our delta y? -3. Very good. So that's, I think, one of the easiest ways. Sometimes actually drawing a graph can be difficult, especially if you have larger numbers. But you can always work with a table pretty quickly, pretty easy. So Okay, so that means that our slope here is -3 over 4, right? Using what we just got from the table. So we got our slope is -3 over 4. What about the point? Okay, we need to use a point. Does it matter which point? Which point do we use? Okay, x1, y1, that's what we call them. So, but remember we've got these 2 points up here. We've got -1, 5, got 3, 2. Which one do we use? Kind of a trick question. Yes, we can use -1, 5, or we can use 3, 2 as well. It doesn't matter. Because remember up here we said xy is any point on the line. It doesn't matter which one we pick. You'll get a different equation, a different looking equation, but it represents the same line. So it doesn't matter which point you choose. So sure, we'll use -1, 5. So if we do that and we plug in these points into our equation, we're going to get y something equals m something x something, right? So we just need to plug in some numbers here. So it's going to be y what? We're going to use this number. That's our y1. So remember, it's y minus y1. So we're going to subtract that. So that's y minus 5 is equal to m. What's our slope? What number goes here? Very good. I would like to see some more participation from a few more people. I've got a few power hitters here who are giving me all the answers. And you get out of these what you put into them. So if you're not working at it, you're going to have a harder time with it later. And the students who are responding, you're going to find that the assignments are much easier for you. Very good. So we have -3/4, and then in the parentheses, yes, x plus 1. This one is plus 1 because of that extra negative there. The -1 becomes plus 1. Okay. And then that's it. That would be our equation right there. Y minus 5 equals -3/4 times x plus 1. Now, if you had chosen the point 3, 2, you could have done that, certainly. And you would have gotten this equation. Y minus 2 equals -3/4 x minus 3. And this equation is also correct. So both of these are correct answers. It really doesn't matter which one you use. You can type in either one of them and you'll get the right answer. Okay, that's it for the notes. You can go over to Delta Math and you'll see a new assignment. Did I close out Safari? There we go. All right, if you go over to Delta Math, you'll see a new assignment called point slope form. It only has 2 topics for today. The first one is we'll give you a point and a slope, like this one here. So for this, all you need to do is plug in the numbers into the equation. So for this, we would type in y what? Plus 4, very good. And then we press equals, there's an equal sign, so y plus 4 equals 5/4, very good, that's our slope. So we do our slope next, and then we're gonna do parentheses, x something. What goes in the parentheses? X plus 4, very good. Close parentheses, and that's it. So there's actually not a lot of work to do on these ones. It's mostly just plugging numbers, plugging specifically 3 numbers into a formula and hitting submit. You get an equation that looks like this, and you're done. Now they do the problem much differently. I think the way that they do it is much harder. If you see how much work they do just to get to the answer compared to what we do is literally just plugging it into a formula. It's a good formula to know, and it's much shorter. So if you're curious about another way to do it, you can watch his video, the help video here, or look at his examples, but be warned, it is a little longer than what I did. The second one, lines from 2 points, that's the other one that we talked about, is how do you write the equation of a line when they just give you 2 points? Well, first, you are going to find the slope by using a table or a graph, using rise over run on the graph, or the delta y, delta x in the table. So you use that to find the slope, and then you'll go ahead and pick one of the points and the slope to write your equation, just like in the notes, okay? Try that. Go ahead and try a few problems right now before you go. See how that goes, see how that is. And if you have a question, you can drop it in the chat, turn on your microphone, and then we'll, in a couple minutes, we'll sign off. If you still needed some of the notes from the top, here's some of those notes as well.
Mr. Beal, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up, Ariana?
When the slope is just a whole number, like -2, do we put it like under 1 or just leave it as -2?
You can leave it as -2.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Angel Valenzuela, are you there? Okay. All right, guys. Well, that's it for now. It's 9:20, and that's all for today. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. Sign up for my office hours if you want to come in and work on any of your homework. We'll have office hours Thursday and Friday. So you can come see me then. Otherwise, yeah, just get your homework done. We have a few assignments due tomorrow. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
this morning.
Spanish.
It's a what? I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, it's like the first day where it was all messed
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I know. I like when I clicked on it, took a while too to try and get hooked up.
My lighting's too bright.
There
I had
you.
math this morning.
No, it's too.
How was math this morning?
Doesn't work.
We're
Good,
doing
bad, what?
slow points.
Really?
It was
Well,
good. Yeah.
You got days like that. Hey, you get to go work out today, so we're gonna take care of a couple things, and then it's time to work out. So don't be sitting in your bed. Get all ready to rock and roll. Today's Workout Wednesday, so you got to get a workout in and send it to me. I just posted some links to workout videos. So Christopher's got his cool background again. That's cool. Oh, I got more in here. Anybody else? How's everybody else morning going? Anybody else who's, remember, I need to see your faces here while I take roll. And we've got to think of a good question for this morning. Something interesting here, what we're going to do. Really? Not everybody at once. All right. Let me turn my phone off. All right. I'll tell you right now, that show I was talking about, Van Helsing. Been watching it while I do my work on the computer. It's kind of cheesy show, but I'm addicted to it. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. All right. Well, I guess we got 25 people here, so that's pretty good for right now. We'll see if anybody else shows up. Let me go ahead and start taking roll while we're waiting for everybody to show up. So let's say anything. What's our introductory question for this morning? Favorite, or how about one food you hate? Like one food you just can't stand to eat. Okay. How's that one sound? We all have one.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like one food that I can't stand is coleslaw. You know, that kind of runny, kind of milky coleslaw you get at KFC. That's just like, I can't do it. I just can't do that. That and runny egg whites. You know, when they have the eggs over easy and it's all runny, and it just creeps me out. All right, there you go. A little insight into my culinary dislikes. So let's start off. Nevaeh, good morning.
Good morning.
Least favorite food?
Zucchini and squash.
Oh, really? Oh, what you got to
Zucchini,
do? You got to
squash.
take it. Ashley, I've let Ashley in like 3 times here. Come on. And Noah was here a minute ago too. What's going on? Okay, so if you take zucchini, you slice it thin, long ways. Okay, just listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, you slice it thin, and you put it on like a cookie sheet, and you sprinkle a little, like whatever your favorite cheese is, Parmesan, cheddar, whatever it is, and then you bake it for a little while, and the cheese melts on it, gets kind of crispy. Pretty good. I don't know how healthy it is for you, but it's good.
It's just the taste and like,
Okay. Hey, we all got our thing. Gilbert, are you here?
Yeah,
Good morning. What's your least favorite food?
Brussels sprouts.
Really? Oh, I like those too, man. You got to roast them up. But I understand. A lot of people don't like Brussels sprouts. Roast them up with put a bunch of seasoning on them, marinade, you're good to go. Ashley, I know Ashley's here because I've let her in 3 times.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. Good morning. Least favorite
morning.
food?
I don't like onions, like on anything.
You guys are killing me, man. You're killing me. Take onions, you slice them up, you grill them up. Oh my goodness. All right. I understand. I get it. I'm not going to judge. Marabella. I don't think is Marabella here. Come on, Marabella. Where are you? Ah. How's about Jasmine? Jasmine, you there? Good morning, everybody. You look super excited.
Yeah.
Jasmine, are you here? Where are you, Jasmine? There you are.
Yeah.
Good morning. Least favorite food?
Good morning. I don't know. I hate shrimp.
Shrimp? Really? Wow. Okay. Whatever. I'm not going to judge. Emilio, you here?
Yeah.
Good morning.
My least favorite is anything that's cold, I'd say. I don't like cold food.
That cuts out a lot of food, man. I mean, I guess you could microwave just about anything you want, but wow.
I don't know, there's
So
like some like cold foods I like, but like
That's the same with my brother. He doesn't like cold food at all.
this is my mind being blown by you guys this morning.
and it's something that runs in my family too.
Really?
My grandpa doesn't like cold food either.
Well, you know what? To each their own. You do you, Scotty P. Do you microwave ice cream or what do you do with that? You just not eat ice cream or what?
No, I like ice cream. It's not like actual food, like anything that's not a dessert. Like I won't eat that's cold. I'll eat potato salad, but it has to be with like steak or something.
You throw a potato salad in the microwave or what?
No,
that sounds gross.
no, I have to like combine like the steak and things in there, so it can at least be like a little warm.
I'm gonna write cold food next to your name just so I know. You're ready. Good morning. Are you here? You ready? I saw your name somewhere.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Right here.
Least favorite food?
I don't like papaya.
Okay. It kind of smells like dirty socks sometimes when you cut into it. You know what I mean?
My mom.
But I like it. It's good for you, but I get that one. Let's see, Marnita. I saw you coming in.
I don't like olives.
All olives or black olives, green olives? What?
All olives. I don't like olives in general.
Huh. One of these days, I'm going to bring all these things and have them here and eat them while you guys are in class, just to help you get over that. All right, cool. Christopher Corrales Lopez, you there? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Oh.
A food I don't like is onions.
Well, that's 2 for onions. I can understand that. A lot of people don't like onions. Plus, it gives you kind of nasty breath. All right. So, Christopher, you're there. Salma. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Least favorite food?
Any mushrooms.
Okay. Lots of people don't like mushrooms. That's fine. It's a delicious fungus. Let's go with Desiree.
Any type of like meat type of stuff.
Hey, Desiree, I couldn't hear. What was that?
Any type of like meat or chicken. I don't really like meat or chicken.
Are you vegetarian?
Pescatarian.
Okay. I know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Good deal. Let's see, with Desiree, boom, you're here. How about Carolina? Are you here? Carolina? Nope. Okay. Luis Gonzalez.
My least favorite food is broccoli.
Broccoli? Yeah, a lot of people don't like broccoli. Surprised I haven't heard that one yet. Josue.
Hi.
Good morning. There you are. Captain
My
Marvel.
my least favorite food is Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, that's pretty common too. I'm not going to give you a hard time about that one. Kiara. I thought I saw Kiara coming in here. Kiara? No. Okay. Okay, sure. Sherlyn.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
Okay. What's your least favorite food?
I don't like beans.
Okay. Okay. I'll go with that one. Isabella.
Hi.
Hi. Least favorite food?
I don't really have a least favorite food.
Not a single one. Like you like everything.
No, I can't think of anything.
What?
I can't think of anything.
All right, well, think about it. If you think of one, come back to me. We all have one that we avoid, I'm sure. You think hard enough. Bella, Azul.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My least favorite is liver.
Ooh. Have you actually eaten liver? I don't think I've ever eaten liver.
You haven't? It tastes nasty. Like the smell is strong and it's gross.
Yeah, it looks kind of nasty sitting there.
It is nasty.
Yeah, my mom and my aunts, so my grandmother used to make them eat liver when they were kids. I guess it was a big health food back in the 50s and 60s. And like they gross out. Yeah, okay. Well, you stay away from the liver. Dana. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so try not to gross me out like liver there. What's your least favorite food?
I don't really like ribs.
Ribs?
hmm
Any particular reason? I mean,
I don't like barbecue sauce.
okay. There you go. Huh, ribs. Okay. Noah. I know Noah's here. I think I let him a couple times too. Noah, are you there? Come on, Noah. Oh, Maribella's here too. Noah, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you are.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Least favorite food. Try not to gross me out too much.
Oh,
there's Noah. Look at that, man. He's out of bed too. Jeez. It's a good day.
Probably either Brussels sprouts or avocados.
Oh.
Bro, I hate avocados. They're
How do you not like avocados? I eat one avocado every day. Oh. Okay. I'm not judging. You do you. You do you, Noah. Angel Lopez. Where are you?
I'm here.
Good morning. Tell me your least favorite food.
I mean, I don't really got one, but if I would say, I would probably be like a whole crab. Do you know how like when they serve you like a crab?
Yeah.
I
Why
can't
is it
eat.
too much work or what? You know.
No. Like the shit. Like, do you know how like I don't know. It just grosses me out.
Okay. All right. It looks like it's like you're eating a giant bug or something, like a giant insect. Okay. I'm with you on that one. How about Michael Lopez? Talk to me. Good morning, if you're there. Michael? Okay. All right. Let's go with Emily. You there, Emily? Oh yeah, I see you there. Come on,
Yeah.
Emily.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. For me, I don't really like the fat on meat, like the chewy part.
Yeah, yeah,
Like that. Like
yeah.
I've
I
made
don't.
barbecue my whole life, but I just don't like that certain part of the meat.
Yeah, I don't think that's very unusual. I don't think there's probably not too many people sitting here on the Brady Bunch that is going to eat the gristle, the fat, but some people do, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Good answer. Stay away from the fat. Not good for you. Hannah, good morning.
Morning.
Least favorite food?
I wouldn't say this is like my least favorite, but I just don't like it on certain things. I don't like tomatoes all that much.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Yeah.
All right. I won't tease you about that one. Vince. Yo, Vince.
What's up?
What's up? Least favorite food?
I don't like oysters.
The raw oysters in the shell you slurp down, or like the smoked oysters or the fried oysters, or what? All the
The raw
above.
one.
The raw ones? Oh.
Yeah.
Personally, I like those, but I can see it's like eating a big thing of snot, I mean, that's the sorry. All right, I gotta get going here. Willow, I saw you on there. Willow, good morning.
Hi.
Hi. What's your least favorite food?
Avocados.
Okay, I won't judge. Miguel Mendez, Briseño. Miguel, are you here, Miguel? Miguel, where are you? Come on, Miguel. Oh, whoa. Sorry, I gotta admit somebody's waiting here. Come on, Miguel. I guess Miguel's not here. Okay. Chris Munoz. Hi. Least favorite. Huh? Kind of weird, huh? Kind of weird looking. Marie Ortiz.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So, what's your least favorite food?
I don't like raw tomatoes.
Yeah, that's pretty common. Didn't you have the fish tank going yesterday, or whatever day I saw you, Monday? You were the one that had the fish tank going on your. I missed that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do that again for me because that was very relaxing. Thank you. How about Alyssa Padilla?
Yeah.
Oh, Eker's here now. Hey, Alyssa. Good morning. What's your least favorite food?
Asparagus.
Ooh, yeah. I like asparagus, but got kind of a strong taste. Eker. Hey, welcome to class, Eker. Good morning. What's your least favorite food?
I don't know. Let's see. Least favorite food?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
All right, think about it and come back to me. We get down to the end here. Yeah, don't let me forget. I got to get back to Eker. I got to let him a chance to think. He just got in here and I hammered him with a question. So Eker, where are you? Boom. How about Seth? You there, Seth? Nope. Paulina. Paulina. Are you here, Paulina? Paulina. No Paulina. Okay. How about Ariana? Ariana?
Yeah, hi.
Good morning. Oh, there you are. What's your least favorite food?
I don't like onion or olives either.
Well, there you go. They're definitely losing the vote today. How about Joshua Torres? You there, Josh? Okay.
He's at a dentist appointment.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Torres. No? Okay. How about Miguel Villanueva? No? Okay. How about Leilani? You there, Leilani?
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Least favorite food?
Tomatoes.
Yeah, that's definitely tomatoes and onions are losing the popularity contest today. Isabel Zuniga.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, my least favorite food is seafood. I can only eat fish, but it has to be like grilled.
Okay. That's pretty common. I won't tease you about that one. Marbella, I think you showed up here after I went by your name. So, Marbella, how are you this morning?
Yeah.
What's
I just woke up, so.
Okay, well, good for you. Oh, there you are. Hi. What's your least favorite food?
Hi.
Wow.
I don't even know.
Come on, it's got to be one thing you don't like to eat.
Oh.
The suspense is killing me.
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't even know.
All right. Well, think about it and get back to me. Iker or anybody else that didn't give me a food? You guys come up with anything yet?
I'm gonna go with olives.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else that I did not hear from? There, please let me know. Speak now, or you get marked absent.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Ooh, oh, Bryant, there you are.
Yeah.
Did I skip you? Oh no, okay, I checked you off. Least favorite food?
Sushi.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anybody else? All right. So next thing, and now I got roll taken. That takes forever. Anybody have any questions about the last assignment, in pages 11 through 16? Speak now. Let me know if you have any questions about it. Yes, no? Okay, get it done, folks. Get it done. I'm working on grades. I was up late last night working on grades. I got to get them synced over to the synergy thing today at some point. So make sure you got your work turned in, okay? Even if it's late, get it turned in. I'll still give you most of the credit, okay? I just want you guys keeping up here. Wednesdays are going to be workout Wednesdays. So plan on working out. You got to get at least an hour in every week of working out, 45 minutes to an hour. So what I did is I went through last night and sat on YouTube and picked out, I think there's about 10 videos I have on there. Half of them are like beginner videos and half of them are advanced videos. Most of them are about a half an hour long. Okay, so it's not quite 45 minutes, but it gives you time to stretch and get warmed up. Okay, and then you can hit these videos. Some of the ones that say beginner videos on them. So if you click on materials in Google Classroom, there should be a link to a Google document that has all the links for the workout videos. You can go do your own. Just make sure you create a document in Google Docs that is your workout journal. So document what day, the date that you worked out, and exactly what you did. Okay. And it'd be really nice if you had somebody that could sign off on that for you too. So I might make a template or something, but for right now, just document what you did. You should get at least 45 minutes per week. That's almost nothing to get a workout. Okay. So before I cut you loose and let you go work out, which I know you're all going to do, you're not going to sit there. Get your notebooks out in front of you. Okay. We'll go over this more tomorrow when I see you in detail, but I just kind of want to go over some stuff about fitness. So make sure you got something to write on and write with. So I'm going to call out some names. And you're going to tell me, right now I want to ask you real briefly, we're not going to go into detail. What are the five, there's five main components of fitness. And by fitness, I mean like physical fitness, okay? I'm not talking about mental fitness. talking about your physical body. What are 5 components, the 5 big things that you got to work on to be physically fit? So right now, if you want to chime in, raise your hand or whatever, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to start calling on people randomly. Anybody want to give it a shot?
I decided I don't like spaghetti.
Oh, well, there you go. Spaghetti. I feel much better now, Marabella. No spaghetti for you. What about SpaghettiOs? You got to love SpaghettiOs. Or not. Okay. So somebody right now, what do you think is one component of being physically fit? What's one thing we want to work on to be physically fit?
Push-ups.
And that's a specific component of physical. I'll give you the first one. Okay, how about that? And then you can go from there. So one of the first components of physical fitness is this thing right here. Okay, and these lungs. It's called cardio, your cardiovascular endurance. You want to make sure your heart can pump blood and oxygen, nutrients to your muscles as you're working out. You don't, when you exercise, getting up to rate, okay, so that you can, your heart's actually a muscle. The harder it works, the stronger it gets. So cardiovascular endurance is one thing. You work cardio. When you do that, you're working on your cardio endurance. Okay, what's another aspect or component of fitness? That's one. Make sure you write it down. Cardiovascular endurance. What do you think another fitness? What else? What is it?
Flexibility.
What is it?
Flexibility.
Yeah.
Muscular.
Perfect. Azul, a million extra credit. Okay, hang on. Hang on, one at a time here. So flexibility is another one. You got to be able to stretch. Your muscles can get shortened up, and flexibility is another one. If you don't work on flexibility, that's how you tear things. You tear soft tissue, muscles, tendons. So yes, flexibility, super important. Write that down. That's another component. So we got cardiovascular, we got flexibility. Marbella, I think you had another one.
Yes,
Now,
muscular.
Okay. Muscular what? There's 2 types of muscular.
Is strength or endurance?
Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Muscular strength. Actually, you got 2 of them right there. Muscular strength and endurance. Did you look those up? I bet you did, didn't you? Okay.
No, my brother told me. He works
Oh, nice. Well, tell brother, good job. So muscular strength. Sorry, the phone's ringing over here. Muscular strength. Hang on, let me turn it off. Okay, sorry. Muscular strength. Muscular strength is how much your muscles can, how much force they can exert, how strong you are. Endurance is how long can they do that for. So let's say I go on the bench and I'm benching 135 pounds. Well, if I can do it once, that's strength. But if I can do it like 20 times, that would be a measure of my endurance. So we got muscular strength, muscular endurance, and then the last one, if you get the last one, I'll be super impressed. Does anybody know the last one?
Body composition.
Yeah, you looked it up, didn't you? Okay. So body composition.
No.
Okay, sorry, I was just teasing. Don't get mad. What is body composition? What does that mean? Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, here it is. Body composition is like, usually it's measured in your ratio of body fat to, yeah, basically it's percentage body fat. Okay. So if you have you could be, have all other 4 things in looking good. You got good cardio, you got good muscular strength, good muscular endurance, you got good flexibility, but your body composition is off. So you got like 25% body fat or something like that. That could be a problem because it interferes with other things like cardiovascular and things like that. So body composition is usually measured in what percentage body fat you have. women tend to have a higher um, percentage of body fat than men. That's due to the physiology, hormones, composition of males versus females, okay, body chemistry. So those 5 things, we'll talk more about those tomorrow when I see you, so make sure you check those out. Today is workout day, so make sure you, when you get down here, go, well, if you have time right now, your next class. So today, at some point between now and Friday, get a workout in, okay, 45 minutes, write it down exactly what you did, exactly. If it's a video, tell me which video, okay? If you did something else, that's fine too. Any questions about that? Okay, make sure you get your assignments done. I'm working on getting the grades posted, okay? I'm gonna let you guys go. If anybody has any questions, you can stick around and I'll answer your questions for you. Otherwise, get going. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, as we're getting people checked in here, we're going to be working on an assignment today that's in classroom. So you can go to your classroom and pull that up, and I'll explain it to you when we get everyone checked in and we get going. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get going here. So as advertised and as promised, today's going to be an opportunity for you to get some extra credit. Some of you, need the extra credit based on a variety of things. A, didn't turn an assignment in. B, turn an assignment or two in late, didn't get full credit, or whatever your situation might be. Your grade may not be exactly sterling right now or exactly what you want. Well, this is an opportunity today to boost that. So you're going to ask yourself, well, if it's extra credit, do I need to do it? Well, it won't mark against you in your grade book. So if you don't do it, your grade's not going to go down. Okay. But I encourage everybody to do this. We're early in the grading period. This is our first extra credit opportunity. I take advantage of it. A, to boost my grade from what it is today, or if you're pretty happy with how your grade's going and you know what, you say, well, I'm doing pretty good, I don't need this. Well, in the near future, you might run into an assignment that you have trouble with and you don't score as well as you'd like. And this extra credit will boost you. Okay. So take advantage of every extra credit opportunity you have. And today's the first. So as we go into our classroom, you're going to see Plato's The State, and you're going to see 3 docs there. 2 of them are PDFs. That's the reading. The first one is a smaller doc, but it says The State on it. That's the first doc. The second doc is larger, but that's a continuation of the reading. So you've got 2 docs there, they connect, and it's the information you're going to need to answer the 6 questions. So the 6 questions are on the Google Doc. You're going to highlight the answers the way we've been doing, and you're going to submit the Google Doc to me only. Please do not submit the PDFs to me. Now, if we were in class, you guys would have hard copies of this reading. You'd be annotating, you'd be getting points for annotation and all that, okay? But unfortunately, these docs are hard copy that I had to scan and send to you guys. And when you send it, it goes into a PDF mode and you can't write on a PDF. So what I've suggested to my other periods is if you want to, and if you have the capabilities of, print those docs, the 2 PDFs, and you can write on those. You can highlight, find answers if that helps you, okay? Not everyone has the capabilities of printing, but if you do, that's a suggestion. So after I read off the names that are here today, you guys are on your own today. After I read off the names, you can even check out. Don't check out yet though. You'll see the due date on this is tonight at midnight. Okay, so this is extra credit. It's due today, no lates. Okay, so if you don't submit it before midnight tonight, then you don't get your credit. All right, so make sure that happens also. Any questions on this before I read the names off? All right, here we go. Nevaeh, Gilbert, Ashley, Bella, Jasmine, Emilio, Urani, Narni, Christopher, Desiree, Luis, Josue, Kiara, Sherlyn, Isabella, Azul, Cassandra, Nicholas, Angel, Hannah, Willow, Christopher, Bryant, Amari, Alyssa, Ariana, Lorenzo, Miguel, Leilani, and Isabel. So that's who I have as checked into classroom. Is there anyone who's in the Zoom here that I didn't call your name? Okay, so I'm going to stay on the Zoom until the class is over. If you have a question, I'm not going anywhere. You can ask me. If you're comfortable with everything and you don't want to stay on the Zoom, it's not mandatory today. Okay, you've checked in, you've got your directions, and you're good. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Finally, got a few participants here. There's 24 of us. Still got 13 people missing though. I'll give it a couple more minutes and then we're gonna get going because I want to go over the test with everyone, what's going to be on it. So make sure you listen. I would take notes so that way when you want to go and review, because the test is on Friday. All right. So I would take notes so that when you need to review, you'll know what to review. So a third of our class is still missing. Okay, let's just go ahead and get going, all right? I have the test right here. It's a hard copy of it. You guys will be taking the test in Synergy, the Synergy test. Again, it'll be 30 questions. And you will have essentially the whole period to do the test. I will probably start the test maybe 10, 15 minutes in the classroom. So that gives everybody a chance to get in. And once I start the test, you will have until the end of the period to finish it. The test will automatically turn off once the end of the period happens. Okay, so I suggest, budget your time accordingly. Not too bad. We have 31 people, which is not bad at all. Okay, all right. Okay, let me go ahead. For those who came in late, I would take notes so that way you can review your notes for Friday, because Friday's the test. Let me remind everyone, today at 6 p.m. is the deadline for all assignments that have been assigned so far. Okay, make sure you get those in. If you can't finish, at least start it, so that way I can give you some credit for it. If you don't even start the assignment, I can't give you anything other than a 0 on it. Okay, so make sure you at least attempt the problems. All right. Oh, that's pretty good. Only missing 3 people. Okay, so let me repeat that again for those people who came in late. All assignments are due today at 6 p.m. Take notes so that you can refer to them when you have to study. So take notes now today if you don't normally take notes. And test it will be 30 questions. We'll start 10 minutes in the class, and you have exactly till the end of the period because it will automatically turn off. All right, that's how I have it set up. It's automatically going to turn off at the end of the period. All right, so let's just get going, and we're going to go over the 30 odd questions, or the 30 questions that will be on the test, or something like that. Okay, now one question has to do with energy and heat from a substance. So if I have, let's say, two substances, and let's say it's marshmallows and potato chips, all right? And I burn both of those, okay? If I get more heat from the marshmallows than I do from the potato chips, is there anything that I can conclude from that fact? Okay, well, what you can conclude is that the marshmallows have more chemical potential energy than the potato chips because the marshmallows burn hotter, and heat is energy. So you have more heat, therefore you have more energy release, therefore you have more chemical potential energy in the marshmallow because it burns hotter. Okay, understand that, right? Because that will be a question on the test. All right. Now, another question that's going to be on the test is on a closed system. Anytime you have a closed system, things are not coming in or going out to the surroundings. So if there's some type of exchange between the system and its surrounding, then it is no longer a closed system. Okay, so understand that. Closed system means no interaction between the system and its surroundings. Okay. Now, another question would be on the different temperatures, right? If I give you something at 4 different temperatures and I ask you which one has the most molecular motion in it, the way you find out is just look at the one with the higher temperature. However, if they're not all in the same temperature scale, you're going to need to convert them to the same scale in order to compare them. Once you convert them all to the same scale, you just look at the one with the highest temperature, and that's the one that has the most molecular motion. Or if I ask you which one has the least molecular motion, you pick the one with the lowest temperature, okay? And I showed you guys how to do that on Google, right? So that way you don't have to calculate it yourself. So when you get that question, just bring up another, a browser screen if you want to, or have it on your device, look it up on your phone. Because I think on a Chromebook, you can't bring up another browser screen when you're doing a synergy test, okay? So have your phone next to you or whatever, and then you can look it up that way. All right? No questions on that? No. Okay, good. Now, there's going to be 2 questions on that swing problem I told you, right? Remember, on the swing, there are 3 positions. There's the highest position, which has all potential energy, because the person that's swinging is not moving. At the very bottom, it is all kinetic energy, essentially. Okay, so at the very top of the swing, all potential, very bottom of the swing is all kinetic. And then somewhere in between, you have a combination of potential and kinetic energy. However, when you add those 2 potential kinetic energy up, it's the same as if you have all kinetic or all potential, right? The total amount does not change. Okay, so remember that. There will be 2 questions, right, on that swing, on the swing, okay? All right, so that's like 5 questions right there. All right, let me go ahead and show you guys a picture that will end up being on the test. All right, go ahead and share my screen with you guys. Okay, so here's a picture, right, of the process of how you get sound to your radio. Right, I don't know whoever. Not very many people actually use radios now again, but still, people that are in the rural area still use radio. It first starts off with coal, okay? Now, what's in the coal? It is chemical potential energy. That gets released in the coal fire plants, and the coal fire plants has thermal energy, right? It uses the heat that's being produced by the coal to actually heat water, right? And when you heat water, it becomes steam, and steam, the steam is used to turn turbines in electrical generators. So when we have coal, we have chemical potential energy. In a coal fire plant, it's thermal energy. When we have the power towers, it's transferring electrical energy. Okay? And then the electrical energy goes to the radios, and the radio transform that electrical energy into sound energy. Okay? So let me review that. The coal has chemical potential energy. The power plant has thermal energy. The power towers have electrical energy, and the radio produces sound energy. Okay, so you have a question on that on the test. Okay, on this one picture here. All right. Stop the sharing here. All right. Now, know what is necessary to have a fire in order for a fire to burn. Right. There are three things. Okay. Can anyone tell me what the three things are? See how, because this is a review. If you answer the question, you're reviewing. Can anyone tell me? Fuel, okay, is one. What's another one?
Oxygen.
Oxygen is the second, and then one more. Heat. I think someone said heat. Yes, it's heat. So those are the three things that you need to burn. You need to have fuel, you have the oxygen, and you need heat. Okay, or proper temperature. Right? Proper temperature is the heat, because you have to have a high enough temperature in order for something to burn. Because if it's too cold, it's not going to burn. Right? All right. Know how the units of energy are related. Units being calorie with a capital C, calorie with a little c, and then joules. Okay. You should know that there are 1,000 little calories in one big calorie, and there's 4.18 joules in one little calorie. All right. So kind of know that relationship, hopefully, because that'll be a question on a test. You can actually look that up on your device if you have to. Okay. Because I'm allowing you guys to use your book, use your device on the test. Because there's no way for me to monitor it, so I'm not going to bother monitoring it. So if you want to use your book, you want to use your phone, use it on the test. I want to make this first test easy. I'm hoping everyone gets 100%. Okay, I want everyone to get 100%. I want everyone to start off with a good grade. Okay, when I have to do grades. All right. All right. Where do our bodies get its energy from? Does anyone know that?
Food.
Food, yeah. And where is the energy in food stored? In the chemical bonds, okay, of the food. So we get our energy, our bodies get our energy from the chemical bonds of the food we eat. All right. Okay. All right. Remember the question, why do people live by the coast more than the inner part of the United States? Remember that? Right. Why do people live? Why is there more people by the coast than by the inner part of the United States?
It's because of the weather,
Yeah, because of the weather. Why is the weather good there?
the water, and the
Yeah,
ocean.
ocean, right? The ocean is around those areas, and it absorbs the heat when it's hot, and then it releases its heat when it's cold. Good. Somebody was listening. Thank you for listening. Okay. All right. Also know the difference between heat and temperature, right? Heat is the energy that is contained within an object, or heat is energy itself. And then temperature is the measure of the molecular motion of the object. Okay. So remember that. All right. Okay. Can anyone tell me which temperature scale is based on water? The heating, the boiling point of water and the freezing point of water. Does anyone know which temperature? Remember, there's three scales. There's Celsius, Kelvin, and which one?
Celsius.
Celsius, right. Because at 0 degrees Celsius, that's when water freezes. At 100 degrees Celsius, that's when water boils. Kelvin scale is based on absolute zero. And the Fahrenheit scale is just what we're used to, all right? Because that's what we use for, hundreds of years, and that's what we're used to using. So it's really not very useful for us in science, the Fahrenheit scale. That's why it's not used at all, okay? Okay, Remember I showed you guys how to convert from one unit of energy to another? I'm going to have one question like that. So that's the only calculation problem that you do in on this test. Only one. I'll give you so many joules, and you have to convert it into calories, maybe. Okay, or vice versa, one or the other. Okay, either I give you joules, you go change to calories, or I give you calories, change to joules. All right, one or the other. Also, you need to know what the definition of kinetic energy is. Right? Can anyone tell me what kinetic energy is? Unmute your mic and just say it. No one knows what kinetic energy is?
Is it moving energy?
Yes, it's energy of motion. Very good. Energy of motion. That's all you need to know. When something's moving, it has kinetic energy. It's energy of motion. Okay. Also know what the law of conservation energy says, right? Energy is neither created or destroyed. It just gets transformed from one form or another in a closed system. Okay? Make sure you remember that law, conservation energy law. Okay? Also, know how heat flows. All right? Know how heat flows. Does it flow from a hot to a cold object, a cold to a hot object, to objects of the same temperature, or objects of the same phase? Right? Meaning solids to solids, liquid to liquids, gases to gases. So what would be the right answer there? Heat flows from which direction?
The more hot object to the colder
Right.
object.
The hotter object to the colder object. Okay? Let's know that. Okay? What is the rate of flow of energy called? Anytime you hear the rate, that's like how many joules per second. The unit of that is watts. So what is that called? What is the rate of energy, the flow of energy called? Starts with a P. The unit is watts. Right? Either you are weak or you're what? Starts with a P.
Power. Is it
Yeah,
power?
power. There you go. It's power. The rate of flow of energy is called power. Right? So remember that. Okay. Also know what the definition of potential energy is. What is potential energy?
It's energy that's just sitting there.
Yeah, it's stored, right? It's
Yeah.
stored energy. Okay. The operative word is stored. So potential energy is stored energy. Okay. Very good. Okay. Also know what fire is, because we talked about that a lot at the beginning. You know, fire is the heat that we feel and the light that we see due to a chemical reaction, right? That is what fire is. Right? So know what fire is. Know what a model is, because we talked about models, right? There could be three types, right? There could be a physical model, mathematical model, or a process model, or an idea, right? Process or an idea. Those are the three types, right? Models represent reality, all right? Models represent reality, and they could be of three types. Okay. What are the three components of a fire triangle? It is the same thing that's necessary for a fire. So what are the three components?
Fuel, oxygen,
Fuel,
heat.
oxygen, and
Heat.
Heat. There you go. Fuel, oxygen, and heat. Right. So if you know what will keep a fire going, or what is necessary for a fire, that is the fire triangle. Right. Okay. Okay. Now, what kind of energy is released when you burn gasoline in an engine? We talked about that. What kind of energy is in gasoline? Neve? Yeah, go ahead. Right? Someone say something.
I don't know.
You don't know? Remember, we talked about it when we had that slide, right? In the gas pump, what's being released to go into the engine? Starts with a C. It's a type of potential energy.
Carbon dioxide.
That's what's released when you're burning something. But what is released? You have to release a potential energy. What kind of potential energy is in gasoline?
Chemical.
Chemical, right, exactly. Good. So you're releasing chemical potential energy in gasoline to make your car go. Okay? Okay, remember in the candle demo, right? What did I do to put the candle out? Right? I did several
Cut
things.
off the oxygen,
Cut off the oxygen. What else?
blow it out, and use
Blow it
water.
out by lowering the temperature. I'm actually lowering the temperature when I'm blowing it out. What else did I do?
Use water.
I use water. That's also lowering the temperature, right? And another way I could let the flame go out is if I just let the fuel burn out, right? Okay? Let the fuel go out. Let the candle just burn out, right? Okay, in the virtual lab that we did, right? Either one, either the one that you actually had to go to another site or the one on the Savas site. You remember what the device was called that we used? Started with a C. Sounds like a unit of energy. Sounds like the calorie.
Calorimeter.
Right, the calorimeter. Remember, that's the device we used in order to do calorimetry. It's a calorimeter. Okay? Okay, remember that. Really, all this test is is really testing if you've been listening and doing the work. That's all. It's not really something involved. There's only one calculation. That's the one to go from one unit to another. That's it. All right. We'll have plenty of calculations later. Also, in the virtual lab, what do we do to release the energy in the food? Remember?
Burned it.
Yeah, we burned it. Okay, we burned the food to release the energy. Good. Okay. Now, also, when you burn something, it's called combustion. There are two things that are always released. Right? I think I mentioned this in passing, but I want to make sure everyone knows it because you're going to need it later, and it's going to be on the test. Anytime you burn anything, these two things always get released. It is carbon dioxide and it is water. Now, when I say water, I mean that's necessarily liquid water. A lot of times it's water vapor. Okay, so those two are always released: CO2, which is carbon dioxide, and water, H2O. Okay, you may have other things released also, but not always. But those two are always released. Okay, so when something burns or there's a combustion reaction, carbon dioxide and water is always released. Okay. Okay. Does anyone know what causes wildfires the most? What's the cause of majority of wildfires?
The heat and the weather or something.
No, it's not. Okay, it's in your reading. Okay, I'm gonna make you guys look this one up. I'm not just gonna tell you.
Arson.
Okay, what's that? And
Arson.
you tell me what it is. Then I'll say yes, that's the right answer.
Arson.
Arson? Okay, I'll give you that one. Yeah, it's people. Yeah, people are the ones that start wildfires more than anything else. Wildfire really is not considered, a natural disaster that happens all the time. It's really not a natural disaster because people start it. Right? About 90% of wildfires are started by people. Right? Okay, so know that. Okay. All right. When we're talking about the conservation energy and we look at it in terms of that the campfire, right? The chemical potential energy in the wood gets released, and heat is produced, light is produced, and sound is produced. Right, the crackling of the fire. Right. If I add up all of the energy from the light, the heat, and the sound, what should it add up to? Does anyone know? Remember, where did that energy come from in the first place? Think about conservation energy. Where did it come from? Anyone tell me? Oh, come on. You should know that by now. Okay, I'll let you look that up unless someone gives me the right answer. Okay. Look up the bonfire, question. Yeah, it was in the e-text, right? And I gave you that answer. I gave you that answer in the e-text, so look it up. I'm not going to give you the answer unless someone gives me the right answer right now. Okay, look it up.
Wait, what'd you ask again?
I ask, if I add up the energy from the light, from the heat, and from the sound of that campfire, what should it add up to? All right? That's a question on the test.
Well, when all of that burns up, it's just like ash and stuff.
I know, but what is the energy? I'm not talking about the ash now. I'm just talking about the energy. The energy of the heat, the light, and the sound. If I add up those energies, where did that energy come from? It's in your e-text.
Is it chemical potential energy?
Yeah, right. The chemical potential energy of the wood. That's where it should add up to. Okay. Very good. Yep, that's the answer. Okay. Remember that. Okay. And finally, talking about chemical potential energy, where is the chemical potential energy stored in a substance?
In the wood?
Yeah, but where in the wood? Right? It's chemical potential energy in the wood, but where is it stored at? All right, look that up. Look up where chemical potential energy, where is that stored? You can look that up, unless someone tells me right now. Okay, think about the food, right? We release chemical potential energy there.
Even in the plants and like the trees?
Yeah, but where in the plants and the trees? In that, all right? I'm looking more for a molecular level, I'll tell you right now.
Oh, the atoms?
Yeah, but where in the atoms? It's actually between atoms.
The chemical bonds?
There you go. That's what I'm looking for, the bonds. The chemical potential energy is stored in the bonds of the molecules. Okay, there you go. All right. That's all 30 questions, guys. Was the test that hard? No, it shouldn't be. All right. I'm hoping for 100% from everybody, or at least a really good grade, or at least A's from everybody. You can miss 3 questions and still get an A. Okay, out of the 30. Every 3 questions is a grade down. So if you miss 3 questions, it's still an A. And you miss another 3 questions, it's still B. You still miss another 3 questions. You can miss 9 questions to still get a C. You can pass you can still pass the class by missing 12 questions. Okay? If you'll pass the test, I mean, not the class. Okay? Does anyone have any questions for me about the test? Remember, test is on Friday. All right? No? It's going to be on Synergy, right? Synergy assessments. You can use your book, you can use your phone, try to help you. All right? Because I can't, monitor that, so I'm going to let you guys do that. Because someone's going to use it, so I might as well say, okay, everyone, you can use it. Right? But don't rely on that as a replacement for studying. This is what happens that I see. People go, oh, it's an open book test. I can just use my book. I don't have to study. No, what happens is you spend too much time trying to look up the answer. And then what happens is you run out of time. I will stop the test exactly for this class at 1:15. I don't even stop it. The system does. I've programmed the system so that at 1:15 exactly, boom, the test turns off. And if you haven't submitted the test by that time, you end up getting a 0. Okay? So you need to submit your test at 1:15 or before, preferably before, so you know nothing has gone wrong. Okay? Any questions on the test? All right. If there are no questions, I'm going to let you guys leave a little early. Looks like 15 minutes. I'll let you guys leave 15 minutes early. Actually, a little bit more than that, 20 minutes early, so that you can finish up whatever you need to finish up, and maybe start reviewing maybe for the test. But I don't think you really need to review. So I'm letting everyone go now so that you can finish up whatever work you haven't finished up for the homework. 6 p.m. tonight is when homework is due. All right. If you don't have a question for me, have a good afternoon. Stay safe, stay healthy. Okay?
Mr. Lee,
Yes, Ariana.
the assignments that you posted on the Google Classroom where it says
Yes.
the assignments of 828, that's all the ones we need to have done?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay? There's not that many, really. There's only like 5. When you look at it, it's really only like 5 assignments.
My allergy game is on point in this room. I think it needs to be dusted. So here's some news since I met with this class last. You may or may not have noticed, but they finally added you to Study Sync. So I don't have, I mean, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, to any of you. It's just extra legwork for me to remember. I had to go find that excerpt from that book the other day, and just a little extra legwork, nothing that bad, but now it's easier because everyone's on the same page, literally. And as such, I guess I'll start, even though I'm going to have to repeat myself a lot because there's only 19 of you in here, and I think there's 37 or 38 or 78 or 90 or some amount of people in the class. I think 37 is what it is. Today is pretty much a makeup day, and with that makeup day, even with this class, I mean, these two PSA classes, there's much more output in terms of work. However, there are still a lot of missing assignments, and I mean, as you probably have noticed, the grade book is starting to be updated, and as I'm grading, I'm noticing, wow, there's a lot of missing assignments, a lot, throughout the day, not just this class. Like I said, this class is probably the best in terms of work. The other PSA class is right there, maybe just behind, but pretty close. But just throughout the day, a lot of missing assignments. And I don't even get angry at that, because the way I look at it, and I could be totally wrong, is everybody's trying to figure out this whole system, and I make mistakes. I've been called on some of my mistakes, which is fine. And it could be a matter of you didn't even know this was a sign because you were added to the class late. This class has had a few people who their work didn't transfer over. Like when you were moved, it didn't move the Google Classroom work over, which darn, that would be wonderful. But that caused a little bit of a hiccup along the way. So I just noticed there was a lot of missing assignments. So that's why today is a catch-up day. So you would finish what we did the last time we met, which was Monday. And that was the sports gene, which I put the link on the Google Classroom, but now you could probably go into your study sync and find it, and it's going to be better than the one that, what I gave you was kind of all I could find, and it was well, if you know what I'm talking about, if you were trying to read it, it just was difficult. So you finish that up, and then after you're done with that assignment, there's no new assignment. So it's pretty much, just make sure everything is squared away. If you have turned everything in and you are good to go, well, then you are good to go. And I guess your reward is you get to take off a little bit early from this class, or you could just hang out. It doesn't matter. I was going to actually sing at about 1:20. No reaction. Okay, fine. Never mind. I was going to sing,
I
but
had to unmute my mic, Mr. Griswold.
too late. Too late.
Wow.
Right. So close. No. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to sing yet. I have to build a bit of a reputation at the school before I get that crazy. But then again, who knows? I may go insane sitting in the room talking to myself all day.
But with your mic muted.
Huh?
But with your mic muted.
Oh, yeah. It took me a second to register whether you were speaking to me or whether I was starting to hear voices in my head, because you are literally one of the few people who actually speak. And so I'll be talking and I'll say something. This morning I said a joke that I thought was kind of funny, and not a response at all. And I'm like, wow, okay. A kid gave me a thumbs up, and I said, hey, that's not the finger I usually get when I'm out on the road. And nothing at all, no response, no put anything in the chat, nothing. And I'm like, that was that sort of joke was always a winner in Yucca Valley. I guess it's just not funny down here. But anyway, at any rate, today's going to be pretty simple. I will mute myself. Some of you are like, yeah. And then if you have questions, you can ask in the chat. And pretty straightforward, right? You're here until 1:40, so 38 minutes to get anything you need caught up. Also, if you looked at your grades and for whatever reason something wasn't done or there was points taken away and you want to fix that, you can do that as well. One more thing too. Yes, it is a makeup day. You're going to finish what you did the other day, the sports gene. That was the reading that we did. And then once you're done with that, there's no new assignment today. Oh no, what was I just saying? See, I let myself distract myself. If you turn something, and this is where I was going. If you turn something in and Google yells at you and says it's late or turned in late or anything like that, I'm not taking away points at all for late work. Because again, I want everyone to be patient with me. That would make me a hypocrite if I was not patient with you. And I would like to think that if nothing else, I've been extremely patient and vice versa. And so if something is late, no worries. We're all trying to figure this out. This is all very new. The first Zoom meeting I have ever run in my life was first period on the first day of school, which I think was 2 weeks ago today. That was the first Zoom meeting I ever ran. I had been in a few, but never, actually hosted one. So we're all figuring this stuff out. It's probably weird for some, weirder for others. So, again, if something got missed or something, whatever was unclear, just let me know. Okay?
Mr. Griswold.
Yes?
There's an assignment called hype machines. Is that an assignment that needs to be turned in too?
Called what?
Hype machines. It says assigned by you.
I'll have to look at that. I don't know what that is. Hype machines?
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out.
Okay.
I'll do that in just a moment. So a few people just came in. Basically, all we're doing oh, you know what? Okay, for this class, I have to assign the sports gene to you. It wasn't assigned to you because I did the thing in Google Classroom. Whoops. See, so now I need you to be patient with me. The other class, I assigned it right away and it was fine, but because I didn't assign it to you the other day because you weren't in there, then yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so I'll go do that right now. I'm going to mute myself. Again, if there's any other questions, Salma, I'm sorry, I saw your email, but I was rambling on. I didn't answer you yet, but it looks like you're here now, so that's okay. And I'll go do that right now. And I'll let you know in the chat when it's done. Really quickly, I've just said double jeopardy a couple of times. So yeah, if you've done the assignment on one or the other, don't do it twice, no matter what. Okay, that won't be an issue anymore, but that was happening along the way because I had to assign the honors grouping because they're a different section. I had to assign them the work on classroom. And as I'm figuring this stuff out, for whatever reason, I couldn't figure out how to assign it to just them. So some of the assignments went to everyone. And so, yeah, no double jeopardy. If you already did it, you did it. Don't do anything twice. And now I'll go look for this hype machines thing because I don't even know what that is.
Mr. Griswold, is what's it called? The sports gen on Student Sync?
You're muted.
Muted, Mr. Griswold.
Yeah, I said who was talking to me. I couldn't see a microphone missing. I'm sorry.
Oh, Yareni.
There we go. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Uh, is the sports gen on Student Study Sync?
It is now, yes.
You just put it.
I just put it up just like 3 minutes ago.
Okay, I'll try it again. Thank you.
Okay, yep. let me address something else that I might get asked repeatedly in here, so I'll just tell everyone. Again, with this idea of double jeopardy, you may have noticed the other day, and one student in this class was on it like immediately and asked me. So some of you probably noticed that the California wildfires thing popped up in Google Classroom. Well, the reason, I tried to explain it, but maybe it wasn't explained well. What happened is, in a twist of irony, Study Sync is not synced to the grade book. However, Google Classroom is. So the way that I put things in the grade book is I have to put a grade into Google Classroom, and then it automatically syncs to your student view or parent view or teacher view, all the views. Synergy, whenever you hear me say synergy, that's what that is. So those two are linked, but Study Sync is not. So when I add it, you're not going to have to do it again. I just put it in there because I can't put the grade in from Study Sync. So it's just kind of an extra step that I have to do, but that's why I put in caps, you do not need to do any work or anything extra. You don't even need to press submit. And I think most of you kind of got that message because I didn't really get a lot of submissions or whatever. And I think the points have already been put in, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, I'm 100% sure about
No,
that.
the points are in.
Okay. And Nevaeh, I was just messaging you. Are you sure the hype machine thing is for this class? Where
Yeah,
was it?
it's in my study sync when I go to it and I open it up to assignments. The first one on like all of it, it says hype machines assigned by Joshua Griswold past due.
It's
Huh.
on mine too.
I have
Mine
that
says
too.
the same thing.
Well, yeah, if she has it, you would all have it. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to go look because the first one we did, I believe, was California wildfires.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll go deactivate it. I didn't see it, but I didn't look that far back. I was just looking at recent ones, and I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, it says August 26th.
Yeah, don't worry about it then. If it's nothing, if I don't even remember doing that, but I suppose I'll take the blame. I guess I made a mistake. I'll go deactivate that. If it's something that we didn't do in class, then I'm not assigning you homework outside of the class. So yeah, if we didn't do it in here, then just disregard that stuff.
Okay.
No worries, no stress. Remember, all of us as little as possible. Okay, I'm going to mute myself again.
Mr. Griswold, what are we supposed to be doing right now?
You're muted.
Who was that? Was that Miguel?
Yeah, never mind actually. I just went on Google Classroom and I saw the
Okay,
text.
yeah. I could repeat it again though, because again, people come in at different times. Basically, I bet it's a pain when you come in early and you have to hear me say the same thing over and over again. But basically, you're finishing up the sports gene, which is what we did on Monday. Most of you are probably done or pretty close to done, I'm assuming. Maybe I'm wrong. And then once you're done with that, just go through all of your assignments so far and make sure everything is done. And also, while I'm on the live mic, as an update, I can't even find the hype machine and something, and I think you even said August 26th. There's nothing on my computer, so I don't know what happened there, but still disregard it. Don't do it. I didn't assign it. I don't know why it's up there, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's a blast, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not even showing for me.
Sports,
I was in the process of looking
competition.
at the inactive.
A sprinter leans in at the finish
But yeah,
line.
don't worry about that.
A record is
Height
broken.
machines never happen.
A tennis player swings her racket and crushes the ball and her opponent. A swimmer cuts through the water on his way to Olympic gold. Power, speed, peak performance. What accounts for such prowess? How can some athletes be so much better than the rest? A dancer sails through the air with perfect balance. A batter drives a baseball deep into center field and flies around the bases. Is it training or genetics behind such success? Find out. Read The Sports Gene by David Epstein.
From Chapter 2, A Tale of Two High Jumpers, or 10,000 Hours plus or minus 10,000 Hours. On January 19th, 2006, Donald Thomas was sitting in the cafeteria at Lindenwood University in St. Charles, Missouri, boasting about his slam-dunking prowess with a few guys from the track team. Carlos Mattis, Lindenwood's top high jumper, had enough of Thomas's lip and bet him that he could not clear 6 feet 6 inches in a high jump competition. Thomas decided to put his hops where his mouth was. He went home and grabbed a pair of sneakers and returned to the Lindenwood Fieldhouse, where a smirking Mattis had already set the bar at 6 feet 6 inches. Mattis stepped back and waited for the big talker to fall to earth. And Thomas did, but the bar did not come with him. To Mattis's amazement, Thomas cleared it easily. So Mattis pushed the bar up to 6 feet 8 inches. Thomas cleared it. 7 feet. Without a semblance of graceful high jump technique, Thomas hardly arched his back and his legs flailed in the air like the streamers trailing a kite. He cleared it. Mattis rushed Thomas over to the office where head track coach Lane Lohr was organizing his roster for the upcoming Eastern Illinois University Mega Meet and told the coach he had a 7-foot high jumper. The coach said there's no way I could do that. He didn't believe it, Thomas recalls. But Carlos was like, yeah, he really did it. So he asked if I wanted to go to track meet on Saturday. Laura picked up the phone and pleaded with the meet organizer to permit a late entry. 2 days later, in a black tank top and white Nike sneakers and shorts so baggy they blanketed the bar as he passed over it, Thomas cleared 6 feet 8.25 inches on his first attempt, qualifying for the national championships. Then he cleared 7 feet 0.25 inches for a new Lindenwood University record. And then, on the 7th high jump attempt of his life, with rigid form akin to a man riding an invisible deck chair backward through the air, Thomas cleared 7 feet 3.25 inches, a Lance Indoor Fieldhouse record. That's when Coach Lohr forced him to stop out of concern that he might hurt himself. It would get better. 2 months later, Thomas competed at the Commonwealth Games in Australia against some of the best professional jumpers in the world, wearing tennis shoes. He placed 4th in a world-class field, a result that actually confused him because he did not yet understand how tiebreakers work in high jump and thought he was in 3rd place until the results were announced. In August 2007, with a total of 8 months of legitimate high jump training to his name, Thomas donned his pole vault shoes and the gold and aquamarine of his native Bahamas and traveled to Osaka for the World Championships. In non-Olympic years, the World Championships are the Super Bowl of track and field. Thomas advanced easily to the final, as did Stefan Holm, the reigning Olympic champion. When the men's high jump finalists were introduced, broadcasters announced a laser-focused Holm as the favorite. Thomas, looking cool in sunglasses beneath the bright lights illuminating the stadium, was described as very much an unknown quantity. Early in the competition, it appeared that Thomas would fold in his first world spotlight. While the rest of the jumpers took such lengthy approaches that they had to start on the running track, Thomas began on the infield, as if he were using the high jump equivalent of the short tees at a golf course. He stutter-stepped his way to a miss at 7 feet 3 inches. Each jumper gets 3 attempts at every height, lower than he jumped in that first meet at Eastern Illinois. Meanwhile, Holm was cruising, passing over 7 feet 3 inches, 7 feet 5 inches, 7 feet 6.5, and 7 feet 7.73 inches without a single miss, as his father watched through a video camera and pumped his fist in the stands. But Thomas began to hit his form, managing to alternate makes and misses. He arrived at 7 feet 8.5 inches along with a handful of other jumpers, including Holm. For his first attempt, Holm stood with his eyes closed, envisioning himself floating over the bar. He approached, leapt, and barely grazed the bar. As it fell to the ground, he executed a frustrated backflip on the mat. Next, Yaroslav Rybakov, a 6 feet 6 inch Russian, nudged the bar off the stand. Then came Thomas. He slowed down so drastically as he approached the bar that it seemed impossible that he could clear it. And yet, flailing his legs and with his back nearly straight, he passed 7 feet 8.5 inches on his first attempt, putting his hand down beside him, as if to break his fall because he was still uncomfortable with the sensation of falling backward. He rolled off the mat and gamboled across the track in celebration. But Holm was up again. Another miss, just barely. Holm shook his palms in front of him as if beseeching the high jump gods. They didn't listen. On his final attempt, Holm clipped the bar with the back of his legs and fell to the mat with his head in his palms. The guy in pole vault shoes, who thinks high jump is kind of boring, was crowned the 2007 world champion. On his winning jump, Thomas raised his center of mass to 8 feet 2 inches. Had he any semblance of the back arch that every other pro jumper does, he would have shattered the world record. In 2008, the Japanese television station NHK asked Masaki Ishikawa, then a scientist at the Neuromuscular Research Center at the University of Jyväskylä in Finland, to examine Thomas. Ishikawa noted both Thomas's long legs relative to his height and also that he was gifted with a giant's Achilles tendon, whereas Holm's Achilles was a more normal-sized. Incredibly stiff spring, Thomas's at 10.25 inches was uncharacteristically long for an athlete his height. The longer and stiffer the Achilles tendon, the more elastic energy it can store when compressed, all the better to rocket the owner into the air. The Achilles tendon is very important in jumping, and not just in humans, says Gary Hunter, exercise physiologist at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, and an author of studies on Achilles tendon lengths. For example, the tendon in the kangaroo is very, very long. That's why they can bounce around more economically than they can walk. Hunter has found that a longer Achilles tendon allows an athlete to get more power from what's called the stretch shortening cycle, basically compression and subsequent decompression of the spring-like tendon. The more power that is stored in the spring when it is compressed, the more you get when it is released. A typical example is a standing vertical jump, in which the jumper bends down quickly, shortening the tendons and muscles before jumping skyward. When Hunter puts subjects on a leg press machine and drops weights down on them, the longer the person's Achilles tendon, the faster and harder he was able to fling the weights back in the opposite direction. That's not exactly the same as a jump, Hunter says, but it has a lot of similarities, and that's why people jump higher when they have a drop step or a few steps. They use the velocity of the descent toward the ground to compress the tendon just like a spring. Tendon length is not significantly impacted by training, but rather is a function of the distance between the calf muscle and the heel bone, which are connected by the tendon. And while it appears that an individual can increase tendon stiffness by training, there is also evidence that stiffness is partly influenced by an individual's versions of genes involved in making collagen, a protein in the body that builds ligaments and tendons. Neither Ishikawa nor Hunter would suggest that the sole secret to the jumping success of Holm and Thomas is in their Achilles tendons. But the tendons are one puzzle piece that helps explain how two athletes could arrive at essentially the same place, one after a 20-year love affair with his craft, and the other with less than a year of serious practice after stumbling into it on a friendly bet. Interestingly, Thomas has not improved 1 centimeter in the 6 years since he entered the professional circuit. Thomas debuted on top and has not progressed. He seems to contradict the deliberate practice framework in all directions. From Chapter 2, A Tale of Two High Jumpers, or 10,000 Hours, and told the coach he had a 7-foot high jumper. The coach said there's no way I could do that. He didn't believe it, Thomas recalls. But Carlos was like, yeah, he really did it. So he asked if I wanted to go to track meet on Saturday. Laura picked up the phone and pleaded with the meet organizer to permit a late entry. 2 days later, in a black tank top and white Nike sneakers and shorts so baggy they blanketed the bar as he passed over it, Thomas cleared 6 feet 8.25 inches on his first The longer and stiffer the Achilles tendon, the more elastic energy
Paulina, did you see what did you see what I wrote? Hmm. Paulina, here. Do you have this bar up here? Okay. So if you go here, if it wouldn't be in the waffle because I think the district preloads that for all of you. But if you go up here, you should have this one. And it's right there. Go ahead and let me know if that worked, if you would. For the rest of you, we only have we only have 2 minutes. I need to dust this room. Whew.
A sound of thunder. Ray Bradbury. The sign on the wall seemed to quaver under a film of sliding warm water. Eccles felt his eyelids blink over his stare, and the sign burned in this momentary darkness. Time Safari Incorporated. Safaris to any year in the past. You name the animal. Animal. We take you there. There. You shoot it. Warm phlegm gathered in Eccles' throat. He swallowed and pushed it down. The muscles around his mouth formed a smile as he put his hand slowly out upon the air, and in that hand waved a check for $10,000 to the man behind the desk. Does this safari guarantee I come back alive? We guarantee nothing, said the official, except the dinosaurs. He turned. This is Mr. Travis, your safari guide in the past. He'll tell you what and where to shoot. If he says no shooting, no shooting. If you disobey instructions, there's a stiff penalty of another $10,000, plus possible government action, on your return. Eccles glanced across the vast office at a mass and tangle, a snaking and humming of wires and steel boxes, at an aurora that flickered now orange, now silver, now Now blue. Blue. There was a sound like a gigantic bonfire burning all of time, all the years, and all the parchment calendars, all the hours piled high and set aflame. A touch of the hand and this burning would, on the instant, beautifully reverse itself. Eccles remembered the wording in the advertisements to the letter. Out of chars and ashes, out of dust and coals, like golden salamanders, the old years, the green years, might leap. Roses sweeten the air, white hair turn Irish black, wrinkles vanish. Everything fly back to seed, flee death, rush down to their beginnings, suns rise in western skies, and set in glorious easts, moons eat themselves opposite to the custom, all and everything cupping one in another like Chinese boxes, rabbits into hats, all and everything returning to the fresh death, the seed death, the green death, to the time before the beginning. A touch of a hand might do it, the merest touch of a hand. Unbelievable. Eccles breathed, the light of the machine on his thin face. A real-time machine. He shook his head. Makes you think, if the election had gone badly yesterday, I might be here now running away from the results. Thank God Keith won. He'll make a fine president of the United States. Yes, said the man behind the desk. We're lucky. If Deutscher had gotten in, we'd have the worst kind of dictatorship. There's an anti-everything man for you, a militarist, anti-Christ, anti-human, anti-intellectual. People called us up, you know, joking but not joking. Said if Deutscher became president, they wanted to go live in 1492. Of course it's not our business to conduct escapes, but to form safaris. Anyway, Keith's president now. All you got to worry about is shooting my dinosaur. Eccles finished it for him. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. The tyrant lizard, the most incredible monster in history. Sign this release. Anything happens to you, we're not responsible. Those dinosaurs are hungry. Eccles flushed angrily. Trying to scare me? Frankly, yes. We don't want anyone going whole panic at the first shot. 6 safari leaders were killed last year, and a dozen hunters. We're here to give you the severest thrill a real hunter ever asked for. Traveling you back 60 million years to bag the biggest game in all of time. Your personal check's still there. Tear it up. Mr. Eccles looked at the check. His fingers twitched. Good luck, said the man behind the desk. Mr. Travis, he's all yours. They moved silently across the room, taking their guns with them, toward the machine, toward the silver metal, and the roaring light. First a day and then a night, and then a day, and then a night, then it was day-night, day-night. A week, a month, a year, a decade. AD 2055. AD 2019. 1999. 1957. Gone? The machine roared. They put on their oxygen helmets and tested the intercoms. Eccles swayed on the padded seat, his face pale, his jaw stiff. He felt the trembling in his arms, and he looked down, and found his hands tight on the new rifle. There were 4 other men in the machine. Travis, the safari leader, his assistant, Lesperance, and 2 other hunters, Billings and Kramer. They sat looking at each other, and the years blazed around them. Can these guns get a dinosaur cold? Eccles felt his mouth saying. If you hit them right, said Travis on the helmet radio. Some dinosaurs have 2 brains, one in the head, another far down the spinal column. We stay away from those. That's stretching luck. Put your first 2 shots into the eyes, if you can, blind them, and go back into the brain. The machine howled. Time was a film run backward. Suns fled and 10 million moons fled after them. Think, said Eccles. Every hunter that ever lived would envy us today. This makes Africa seem like Illinois. The machine slowed. Its scream fell to a murmur. The machine stopped. The sun stopped in the sky. The fog that had enveloped the machine blew away, and they were in an old time, a very old time indeed, 3 hunters, and 2 safari heads with their blue metal guns across their knees. Christ isn't born yet, said Travis. Moses has not gone to the mountains to talk with God. The pyramids are still in the earth, waiting to be cut out and put up. Remember that. Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, none of them exists. The man nodded. That, Mr. Travis pointed, is the jungle of 60,002,055 years before President Keith. He indicated a metal path that struck off into green wilderness, over streaming swamp, among giant ferns and palms. And that, he said, is the path, laid by Time Safari for your use. It floats 6 inches above the earth. Doesn't touch so much as one grass blade, flower, or tree. It's an anti-gravity metal. Its purpose is to keep you from touching this world of the past in any way. Stay on the path. Don't go off it. I repeat. Don't go off. For any reason. If you fall off, there's a penalty. And don't shoot any animal we don't okay. Why? Asked Eccles. They sat in the ancient wilderness. Far birds' cries blew on a wind, and the smell of tar, and an old salt sea, moist grasses, and flowers the color of blood. We don't want to change the future. We don't belong here in the past. The government doesn't like us here. We have to pay big graft to keep our franchise. A time machine is finicky business. Not knowing it, we might kill an important animal, a small bird, a roach, a flower even, thus destroying an important link in a growing species. That's not clear, said Eccles. All right, Travis continued, say we accidentally kill one mouse here. That means all the future families of this one particular mouse are destroyed, right? Right. And all the families of the families of the families of that one mouse. With a stamp of your foot, you annihilate first one, then a dozen, then 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000 possible mice. So they're dead, said Eccles. So what? So what? Travis snorted quietly. Well, what about the foxes that'll need those mice to survive? For want of 10 mice, a fox dies. For want of 10 foxes, a lion starves. For want of a lion, all manner of insects, vultures, infinite billions of life forms are thrown into chaos and destruction. Eventually it all boils down to this: 59 million years later, a caveman, one of a dozen on the entire world, goes hunting wild boar or saber-toothed tiger for food. But you, friend, have stepped on all the tigers in that region. By stepping on one single mouse. So the caveman starves. And the caveman, please note, is not just any expendable man, no. He is an entire future nation. From his loins would have sprung 10 sons. From their loins 100 sons, and thus onward to a civilization. Destroy this one man, and you destroy a race, a people, an entire history of life. It is comparable to slaying some of Adam's grandchildren. The stomp of your foot on one mouse could start an earthquake, the effects of which could shake our earth and destinies down through time to their very foundations. With the death of that one caveman, a billion others yet unborn are throttled in the womb. Perhaps Rome never rises on its 7 hills. Perhaps Europe is forever a dark forest, and only Asia waxes healthy and teeming. Step on a mouse and you crush the pyramids. Step on a mouse and you leave your print, like a Grand Canyon, across eternity. Queen Elizabeth might never be born, Washington might not cross the Delaware, there might never be a United States at all. So be careful. Stay on the path. Never step off. I see, said Eccles. Then it wouldn't pay for us even to touch the grass? Correct. Crushing certain plants could add up infinitesimally. A little error here would multiply in 60 million years, all out of proportion.
Buenas tardes, Julian. Julian, do you pronounce your name as Julian or Julian?
It's just Julian, but you
Okay,
could say
Julian.
whatever feels better for you.
I'll go with Julian. If that's how you pronounce it, I'll pronounce it. Pero
Okay.
Julian is tardes, yeah. It's already the afternoon.
Good morning.
Okay, please. It's morning somewhere. Still the morning in Hawaii. Buenas tardes, Amia. Hola, Jasmine. Buenas tardes, Idali. Buenas tardes, Salma. If you just joined, vamos a empezar a la 1:55. We're going to start at 1:55. Buenas tardes, Chania. Y buenas tardes, Belén. Hola, Joseph. Buenas tardes, Aymar. Hola, Lisa. Buenas tardes, Román. Ok, clase, es la 1:55. Empecemos. Hoy es el 2 de septiembre del 2020. Los objetivos de hoy son el dicho del día, el calentamiento y por fin ustedes van a tener tiempo para terminar la tarea. Pero antes de empezar, before we begin, I want to make an announcement. No hay escuela el lunes porque es el día del trabajo. There is no school on Monday because it is Labor Day. Y por eso el martes vas a ir a los bloques 1, 3 y 5 y el miércoles vas a ir a los bloques 2, 4 y 6. So because of that, on Tuesday, you're going to go to blocks 1, 3, and 5, and Wednesday, you're going to go to blocks 2, 4, and 6. So Tuesday is going to be like Monday, and Wednesday is going to be like Tuesday, okay? In October, there are a lot of days where we either get Monday or Friday off. I think there's actually 2 Mondays off in a row. And whenever this happens, what'll happen is they're just going to get rid of the Wednesday. So this thing that we do on Wednesday where we meet for 40 minutes each class, they're just going to get rid of that and we're just going to have our blocks. Okay? So next week, for example, you're just going to do your blocks 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, and there'll be no Wednesday, right? They will be at the normal times, right? So like, I know on Mondays, block 1 is 8:25, block 3 is 9:55, and block 5 is 1:15. So it'll be the same thing. It'll be just like if Tuesday was, or Monday was Tuesday and Tuesday was Wednesday. Okay. Okay. Clase, aquí está el dicho del día. El dicho es, dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres. Dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres. Literalmente significa, tell me who you walk with and I'll tell you who you are. Piénsalo, ¿qué crees que significa? Y por favor, deja tus comentarios en el chat. So, what do you think it means? And leave your comments in the chat. Y en 2 minutos vamos a compartir. In 2 minutes, we're going to share. Okay? Hola, Ricky. Buenas tardes, Peyton. Hola, Willow. Y buenas tardes, Eric. Okay, ya hay unos comentarios en el chat, so there's already a few comments in the chat. Somebody wrote, tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. It could mean that if you walk with someone good, you could be good. Okay, I like those both. I like both those comments. If I know who your friends are, I know what your character is. Andrew, that's funny. That's a funny comment. Okay. Alyssa, I think it means whoever you hang out with, whether they're good or bad, represents who you are as a person. I like all of those comments, and they all kind of go back to the point of this, that that you can tell a lot about somebody by who they choose to spend time with or who they choose to be friends with, right? And sometimes those friends can also influence that person. This is a very old dicho. It actually goes all the way back to Cervantes and Don Quixote. And it's a dicho that you still sometimes hear from time to time. What I want you to ask now, though, is, ¿estás de acuerdo con este dicho? Do you agree with this saying? Because I can definitely think of people who are very similar to their friends or very similar to the people they choose to spend time with. But I can also think of people who are very different, right? They spend time with people who are very different from themselves. So ask yourself that, right? After you ask yourself, ¿qué crees que significa? Ask yourself, ¿estás de acuerdo con este dicho? Do you agree with this saying? Okay, clase. Hoy vamos a continuar con la gramática de la lectura o de la lección preliminar. Ayer repasamos el verbo ser y los artículos el, la, los y las. Vamos a repasar el verbo ser un poco más hoy como parte del calentamiento. Aquí está el verbo ser. Es un verbo irregular. Sus formas son yo soy, I am, tú eres, you are, usted es, you formal are, ella es, he or she is, nosotros, nosotras somos, we are, ustedes son, you plural are, ellos, ellas son, they are. Y clase, ustedes van a usar ese verbo para hacer el calentamiento de hoy. Para hoy ustedes necesitan escribir la forma correcta del verbo ser en los espacios abajo. So you just need to write the correct form of the verb ser in the spaces below. There is a word bank to help you. And where you're going to put that is you're going to go to Google Classroom. In classwork, you'll find your calentamientos. Haz clic en el Google Doc. Vas a escribir tus respuestas aquí, donde dice 2 de septiembre. No necesitas escribir toda la frase, simplemente necesitas escribir los números 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 y 7 y la forma de verbo ser que corresponde a cada uno. Ustedes tienen 3 minutos y medio para hacerlo y después vamos a repasar. Buenas tardes, Desiree. Buenas tardes, Luis. Buenas tardes, Isael. Okay. Ok, clase, repasemos muy rápidamente. El número 1 es, son las 6 de la mañana. It is 6 in the morning. Recuerden que siempre usas el verbo ser cuando dices la hora. You always use the verb ser when you're telling the time. Son las 6 de la mañana. It is 6 in the morning. Número 2, mi tía es de Sonora. My aunt is from Sonora. Diego y Josué son jugadores de fútbol. Diego y Josué are soccer players. Tú eres un buen estudiante. Es la 1:30 de la tarde. It is 1:30 in the afternoon. Yo soy estudioso. I am studious. Mi amigo y yo somos de Panamá. Cuidado con y yo. Right? The textbook likes to use the y yo a lot. And what it literally is saying is my friend and I are from Panama. You wouldn't say my friend and I am from Panama. So whenever you see this y yo, think nosotros. Just think nosotros, because it's plural. Mi amigo y yo somos de Panamá. Okay. Okay, clase. El otro día empezamos estas actividades del libro de texto y ustedes tienen hasta las 11:59 de la noche para entregarlas. So, yesterday or sí, en esta clase de ayer empezamos estas actividades. They are in Google Classroom. Son páginas 4 y 5, actividades 1 por 4. Casi un tercio de la clase ya las he entregado. Almost a third of the class has already turned them in. So if you've already finished them, then you don't have homework for tonight. If you've already finished them, you don't have homework. But let's say that you haven't got them done, then you have until 11:59 to turn them in on time. Okay? En este punto, si no tienes preguntas, si no necesitas ayuda, puedes dejar la reunión. Nos vemos el viernes. We'll see each other again on Friday. Y si necesitas ayuda, por favor, mándame un correo electrónico. Hasta la próxima.
Bye, Mr. T.
Adiós, que tengas un buen día.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. T.
Adiós.
Bye.
Adiós.
Bye. Have a good day.
Hasta la próxima.
Adiós.
Bye. Thank you.
Adiós, que tengas un buen
Have a
día.
good day.
So Chris, for the calentamiento, are you asking about the calentamiento or the assignment? The assignment. So Chris, I'm just going to excuse you from this assignment because you weren't here when we started it on yesterday. And for you, I don't think it shows up in Google Classroom. I know for a lot of the kids who joined late, it doesn't actually put it in there. I don't know why. But we're going to start on Friday. We'll do something else. We'll have a few other assignments. So that'll be your first assignment, okay? And then for the calentamientos, I want you to hold on to that until Friday, and then you'll just email it to me, okay? Okay. Yeah, next week you'll get it in Google Classroom and you turn it into Google Classroom, but for some reason, when students join late, Google Classroom just, I don't know, it just doesn't make the file for them. Ok, niños, voy a terminar la reunión. Hasta viernes. Que tengan un buen día.
Proportion. Of course, maybe our theory is wrong. Maybe time can't be changed by us. Or maybe it can be changed only in little subtle ways. A dead mouse here makes an insect imbalance there, a population disproportion later, a bad harvest further on, a depression, mass starvation, and finally, a change in social temperament in far-flung countries. Something much more subtle, like that. Perhaps only a soft breath, a whisper, a hair, pollen on the air, such a slight change that unless you looked close you wouldn't see it. Who knows? Who really can say he knows? We don't know. We're guessing. But until we do know for certain whether our messing around in time can make a big roar, or a little rustle in history, we're being careful. This machine, this path, your clothing and bodies, were sterilized, as you know, before the journey. We wear these oxygen helmets so we can't introduce our bacteria into an ancient atmosphere. How do we know which animals to shoot? They're marked with red paint, said Travis. Today, before our journey, we sent Lesperance here back with the machine. He came to this particular era, and followed certain animals. Studying them? Right, said Lesperance. I track them through their entire existence, noting which of them lives longest. Very few. How many times they mate? Not often. Life's short. When I find one that's going to die when a tree falls on him, or one that drowns in a tar pit, I note the exact hour, minute, and second. I shoot a paint bomb. It leaves a red patch on his side. We can't miss it. Then I correlate our arrival in the past so that we meet the monster not more than 2 minutes before he would have died anyway. This way, we kill only animals with no future, that are never going to mate again. You see how careful we are. But if you come back this morning in time, said Eccles eagerly, you must have bumped
Finding the slope graphically. Draw a line representing the run and a line representing the rise of the line. State the slope of the line in simplest form. So the slope of a line is essentially how steep is that line, but it also tells us if the line is increasing as we move left to right or decreasing. When a line is increasing, we say it has a positive slope. So what we're going to do is zoom in here a little bit and try to choose 2 points which are a whole number. So I wouldn't want to try to choose this point right here because it's not a whole number. So if I chose, let's say this point 2, 2, I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to try to go up here to maybe this point 5, 8. But what I have to do is I have to actually draw the rise and the run. Now the run is the horizontal difference between this point and that point there. And the rise, we're just going to make a little right triangle by clicking once there and clicking once there. So I see 2 points, and the points that I chose randomly were 2, 2 and 5, 8. Now the run is the difference in the x values. So from 2 to 5, we could say that 5 minus 2 is 3, and that's called the run. So it's the horizontal